Okay. Sorry about that. Small issue. OBS stuff, basically. Um, so this is going to be next, the continuation from day 7. So, sorry. So I did promise myself I wasn't going to do any learning related stuff while making this stuff out. Um, I am not going to be able to keep that promise. So what we're going to be doing now is messing with a little bit of multi-threading for Unity 6. Unity 6 introduces a awaitable class. I'm already familiar with where this derives from. It comes from as part of a superscript of the Unitasks, which was always had been a library that you could use. You'd have to get from Git. So Unity 6 takes parts of it and introduces awaitable. There's generally there's a few differences with Unitask being a more robust library, but I might not need all of that. So why are we going into this? Basically, hey Nick, how you doing? 15 minute delay. You're get. Hey, listen, the stream was supposed to start at 11:10, not exactly 11 today. So 5 minute delay. Um, sorry about that though. So so we're going to be messing with a little bit of multi-threading today, but this is going to be the built-in Unity solution, and we're not going to be using jobs. The reason why we're going to be doing this is to make the scene manager. So this is kind of what I wanted to do before, and so we're going to be experimenting. So this day is basically going to be about experimenting and poking at this to see what exactly I can figure out about how multi-threading is handled. To be fair, though, also, this project is not designed for multi-threading, so I'm not going to be going so deep into it that all of the different systems in the project are going to be relying on it. My head has been hurting all day. I fell victim to to the plague. I shall be executed tomorrow morning. Hey, man, I hope you feel better. That's rough. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh boy. Maybe you should be getting some rest and water and some salt in you, maybe some soup or something, man. Is it the whole thing? Like, is the waterworks and everything coming down? That sucks. I just got over it, something like it. I think mid-January I got sick. Alright. So let's get into it. So this should still be working. I think I left it in a working state. I'm pretty sure I did. But let's just run it and see what happens. I was doing a bit of research over the weekend also on some GPU tricks and basically getting familiar with more updates, with more of what Unity 6 presents. It's bringing quite a lot. So here's the thing. When paying attention to just like the updates that new versions are bringing, it doesn't pay to really stay completely up to date, especially if you're learning, because it can get very overwhelming very quickly. So yeah, there's that. Okay. Yeah, we're it's doing this weird thing where sometimes it's not instancing the tiles correctly. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Like, sometimes it's perfect, but like right now it's messed up. It's so minor that I'm not going to bother fixing it, but it is a little annoying. Because the tiles are off maybe by like 2 meters, 1 or 2 meters. Um, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what exactly. Like, I still to this day can't figure out what exactly you're you wanted to accomplish, because I figured more or less. I really can't figure it out. It sounds to me like you're just really making something simple very complicated. Which is the door is supposed to close, which the AI is supposed to repath. When it opens, it's supposed to repath again, right? And the way to handle that is always through, or I always like to do it through events, but you can do it other ways. Um, I use events just to not have dependencies. So here's a trap. I call it a trap. You're gonna bump into it at some point. It's something called SOAP, right? They say, okay, you want to try to minimize your dependencies and separate out your concerns, and so for Unity, SOAP is the great solution. No, it's not. SOAP is a solution. Um, if it's good or not just depends on how much boilerplate are you willing to do. Uh, I know someone who is very okay with a lot of boilerplate to the point where he's building out his own ECS system. I just say that's like a whole other ball game for me, right? And then SOAP is basically like that. It's just how much boilerplate are you willing to deal with? So you could go through, make a scriptable object, drag and drop all of these things, and it turns into just drag and drop fiascos everywhere. That's why I really dislike it. But versus just typing in either static or non-static, whatever, but just making an action or event class that will handle, like a manager class that will handle all of that for you. Right? Like you just do it. Like I have all of these managers here, and they just do stuff, and I forget about them. Like I have one, this just handles pooling in my game. It doesn't store, well, no, it does store information on it, but it has its own internal cleanup system. Broker Manager doesn't really store anything except for stuff that want to register to it. But you end up doing all kinds of wonky stuff when you go with SOAP, right? Like you end up creating static properties to store your members. And it's like, okay, if you're going to use a static property anyway, then why did you bother with a scriptable object? Right? Like you're dragging, dropping scriptable object to get an instance, and then you store a static because during editor time, information is just being carried back and forth. It's just like, you know, not to knock it, it's just a lot more boilerplate. A lot more parts of the process to have to remember, and I'm not sure if it'll be worth it in the end. Uh, that video you sent me on minute 13, you can see the issue I was worried about. I think you're talking about when the guy drags the wall, right? Like he moves it, closes it, moves it, and opens it. Correct? I'm thinking that's what you mean. I don't know. I assume that when you do set destination, it does the initial calculation, and then if things change after you've done the initial calculation, there might be a setting. I think there actually is, now that it's coming back to me. Because, again, it's been almost a year and a half since I've used set destination or anything related to agents outside of using them to sample, because I always make physics controllers. But the idea is pretty straightforward, I think. Like in Godot, that's the way it works, where you'd have to tell it again that, hey, this is the update. But I think in Unity, you do have a setting that you can turn off. I think you have to do it either through the debugger or in script. You can turn off the nav mesh informing any agent of changes to the mesh when it's moving towards a destination, I think. Right? And so it'll just keep going towards the path that it already had set up. That comes with a positive and a negative, because now you have to get granular, because let's say that the door did close and so it repath, and there's another door over there, and then that door closed. It's not going to know because you've turned off that. So now you have to put in an event at each time a door closes or opens to update agents that these doors until you end up in the exact same place that you were originally. Right? So the easiest solution out of that would be to first get the path, sample the path, store the path as an array, then use that array instead of the one that you get through set destination to pilot the agent. So you basically tell the agent to go to each point, and then until it reaches that point, you just have that do that process, right? And as it's going through that process, if a door closes on it again, then it will, because you're doing set destination to each point in that joint, it'll recognize that it can't go any further. And once it goes back to idle, then you have it check again on for if whatever it was trying to do, trying to get to that point, whatever. It's very granular to do it that way. But if that's the way you think you need it for your project, then go for it. Okay. So, like, I go for the path of least resistance and code my way into the path of the most resistance. So I try to help myself out by just constantly trying not to go to the path of the most resistance. But it sounds like you're actively looking to go that path. So enjoy the ride. All right, so we're going to be creating a new manager script. First, actually, we were testing out a little bit Ostrom. I just didn't get it to do anything yet, but we were testing out this. Oh wait. I don't know what to await. Like, this is just so weird. Oh wait, no? Can I do that? So like I said, I'm just poking at this and trying to... This is how I learned new code, basically. You have two ways. You could be smart and read the documentation. I should do. Hold on a second. Let me see if I have the document available. Unity awaitables. Okay. This would have kept me here forever. Awaitable dot... Next frame. Okay, there we go. So this should allow me to check when this is ready. So as long as this is null, this will just continue. And then that. Okay, so let's test out if this works. All right, and so now... Do we just do this then? So if we don't do that, then that has issues. Okay, there we go. All right, let's test this out, see if it works. So what this should do is we're going to go through this process of initializing the state machine. Then we're going to stop here and wait for the state machine manager to be ready. Once it's ready, then we will continue with the rest of this code. So this should happen on the next frame, where we handle the rest of the setup, right? Which is basically just creating the state machine and the rest of the stuff in the game. But this should also give the rest of the game time to set it, or I should say the rest of the managers time to set themselves up before anything else decides that it wants to start. So the way these managers work is a lot of things will try to subscribe to the manager. So we try to get these managers out there as quickly as possible, right? And we only have one dependency, which is our state machine manager and the game manager, because the game manager uses the state machine manager. We could technically get rid of this. We don't need to have this here and just eliminate the dependency, but it doesn't hurt. If this works, then we avoid all racing issues. Right? So let's test it out. Let's see what happens. So first we want to go here and do time.time, and then we just want to go here and do the same thing. Now again, this project is not designed for multi-threading. I have no intention of going completely into it. But it isn't too bad to set it up in Unity. They're pretty good about it. Okay, here we go. Let's try it out now. Let's see if this works. So we should see A, and then maybe like a frame later, B show up. Hopefully. Okay, looks like, I mean, it's technically just, it happens within the same, but we know that it's working. It's not giving us errors. And we do, because time works on millisecond, or sorry, time works on seconds. So it's happening too quickly. We need to go, I forget how to do this. Do they have millisecond? MSec? Nope. Nope, they don't track that in time. I don't know how to get I think it's get date. UTC now. Yeah, there we go. So this should get us UTC time, which I think uses milliseconds. Yeah, okay. So this was at 58, and then this is at 59. So we're good now. Okay, this works. This is really simple. This is a very simple async process. I like it. This new async system is much nicer to work with. I'll give it that. It feels like a coroutine. Well, actually, you know what? This reminds me of working in Godot with the way that they handle awaits here. I'm satisfied with it. I'm very satisfied with it. Okay. You know, you gotta give Unity their flowers when they earn it. They earned it on this one. That was a really good implementation. Let's see. You know, I won't remember any of that. I'm sorry, man. I'm laying in my bed listening. When you're sick, that's the best place to be. Just wrap up, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. Like, I was there. Believe me, it's not. Yeah. It if it's anything, I always think it could be worse. All right. So now that we know that we have this working, let's start working on our scene manager, because this is the backbone of what we're planning on doing with the scene manager, right? And so now if we have the backbone of it done in a stable way, like the code for it is pretty straightforward. I'm looking at it right here, and yeah, so I'm looking at it, and this is pretty much where I'm going to go with it. This is as far, I think, as we're going to need for asynchronous calls. We're going to get a little bit deeper, so I'm hoping that Awaitable can handle it, and I won't have to install Unitask directly, but it's just going... Knowing my luck, we're probably going to have to, but I hear that, from what I read, it's not a big issue. You can just do like something like this to handle conversions. Okay, let's do it. Let's make a new. Let's get out of this first. Actually, let's start closing up a whole bunch of these things. I like the fact that our project hasn't gotten so robust that we need a ton of them, but okay. So let's make a new manager. Do we already have it? State machine. Scene manager. Nope. Okay. So scene manager. Give Unity a second to patch itself up. Okay, let's go back to it. Have that cooking. I'm still questioning my sanity when thinking about how the hell I'm going to import these mods. I can either take the animatronic model from Sketchfab, that somewhat work, but all of them look different from this different. Huh. So you're looking for consistency in the models, and I mean, there's only one real solution. It's gonna come with time, right? And it's just how much time you're willing to spend. You have really like a very little amount of time to get this done, then for 3D models, instead of using Blender, what I would use, especially for stuff that's like super simplistic like that are just like shapes, is use Unity's, I think it's their Pro Builder, and just copy paste over shapes over and over again, and then modify the parts that need to be modified, like the bear face and things like that. Because Pro Builder, in my opinion, is much more intuitive than using Blender. But only for like more simplistic stuff. The more complex you get, you should definitely be using a software dedicated to 3D modeling if that's the case. But for simple shapes, Pro Builder is definitely your ticket. Okay, so Scene Manager. Oh. I think I probably should have gotten water. All right, so let's do this. Private, static, okay, so let's do private. You know what? We'll do it down here. Is the music too loud or is it too low? I don't even know if the music is playing. Yeah, it is. Okay. Thanks. I was listening to the other streams and I caught on to what you guys were talking about. There's like parts where the audio starts to break down. I think it's just part of how OBS handles its targeted window recording for audio. So I'm going to stop using that. I'm just going to use the basic audio output. But yeah, I heard it and it was horrible. Okay, so we're going to start with we're going to start with I think we want to start with our loading process. All right, so let's do public static yes. So set this to false. All right, and so this is where we want to do stuff like try catches. So this is some cool stuff here. I haven't done one of these in a very long time in Unity, so just bear with me. There you go. Ugh. There it is. Oh, there it is. Okay. I think Unity has... Do it this way. There we go. And I think now we want to do well, I don't know if they're going to reuse it, but we want to probably do an await. Wait. Oh, okay. Dot. And we just wait for... Cool. That looks good. You have to test it, but... This is a thing, right? But how come... What am I missing here? Ah, there we go. That's what it is. Okay. You have to do using system. Mm, there we go. All right. So now we need a way to unload the scene asynchronously. Um, we only we uh there we go. We only need the scene name for this. And we'll also do try catch. Copy paste help. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting like tension in my neck. Yeah. I think I needed to get water. That's usually like dehydration. Fail to unload scene name. Just return from here. Otherwise, we just do await, awaitable from pass in the you mix up. Because you see, I'd like to move on to animating these guys when I'm done with all the basic systems, and I do think that I will have to search for professional help or like harness model parts and create robots like Puzzle Fuse. Have you tried using Pro Builder? Crazy how in 1985 you only had to have a child sacrifice for a robot to have good AI. Hey, maybe you know, it could be that you just haven't sacrificed enough. Think about that one. So then we'll just take in the exception and yeah. And we'll just do the same thing. Debug.log error. Failed. Keep forgetting to do that. Right? And then if we want to, we should probably do this. Been so long. Oh. Name. There we go. So now, there's a good question. Why even have this as a non-static class? Well, we're going to probably be queuing up stuff here because of the style of my project. I'm using a multi-scene workflow, so we probably want to have some way of tracking out the different scenes that are currently running. Maybe. We're going to try to keep it as simple as possible, though. Right? But we still need to do certain things here. Alright, so let's do that. Click. This can be static. There should only ever be one. You don't want the scene to activate until we finish loading. This is just good overall for you to see. Just to see like how a modular loader looks like for async, modular async loader looks like in Unity if you wanted to ever do it yourself. Right, and so we're just going to oh man. I think we have to wait for the next frame. Next frame, there we go. So now this is something that is useful in a lot of loading. You want to try to like present a false image of loading taking a little bit longer than it actually does, because sometimes loading can happen. It feels like almost before you even click start, get already loaded, depending on how powerful the person's key is. So you want to create like a period of time that gives them visually, the person visually, feedback that, hey, loading process is completed and looks smoother. So we're going to utilize this. And it's using seconds. I can appreciate that. Like, so the way that it is on base is have to use milliseconds. So I can appreciate seconds. Very much. Okay, so now unloading process. And async. Oh, whoops. Sync operation not allow. True. Now we can get rid of it. Right, so now we can get feedback for our loading bar on the UI when we're loading stuff. There we go. This is our async scene loader. We threw a bunch of try catches in there. Try to ensure that. So we're gonna. I should rebrand myself as Purple Guy. Hold on, is your text showing up because OBS is this? Is your chat showing up on? No, it's not. Is it? Check. I'm gonna put it right here. And I don't see your chat showing up. I mean, your chat shows up on Avatar, but it doesn't show up. OBS, man. I don't know if it's OBS or if it's Stream Elements though, but it's just so inconsistent. I think I can understand why Roman said he's done with it. This is just so unreliable. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably his fault in some way. I hope he's doing well though, man. It feels kind of weird not having his streams around anymore though. Yeah, I'm hoping he comes. I did a stream recently. I'm not sure if you I'm not sure if you follow him, but there's another developer, Nepal, and he's doing like a bubble tank game kind of situation. But we did a stream, I think, on Sunday, yesterday. We played maybe for like an hour, Risk of Rain 2. So it was on his stream. I didn't stream it. And we had a good time. We kept losing, but we had a good time. Like, I think that was like my altogether. I played Risk of Rain, or I've played about 10 matches in Risk of Rain at this point now. All right, so we have this set up, our scene manager, right? We don't have a loading bar. But technically, if we wanted to have a loading bar, all we'd have to do is register with onload progress, and the bar will work. Right? We don't need to worry too much about that. I'm satisfied with this. It came out pretty clean. I mean, we still have to test it, but it looks like it came out pretty good. Awaitable is such a convenient... Like, all of this code right here reminds me more of GD script than it does C#. Just on how similar it is to Godot. Actually, in some ways, it's better than Godot. Because in Godot like this, you'd have to do something like create timer. And it's a little bit clunky. But here, we just do it like this. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I don't see any fault with the code right now. It looks good. All right, let's test it out. Let's go back to Unity. We're going to put in our... So right now, we don't even really need the scene manager to be in the scene for it to work. But we're going to just put it here because it is a manager and I want to have all of my managers visible to me. My project. But technically this doesn't even need to be mono behavior. There's nothing happening on it that right now, but you never know. Maybe we want to slap some other features onto it later. So this is our persistent scene. Let's I don't know why Unity... Oh, it's down here. This scene is our... Want to save scene at Neon Rush. Scenes. This is going to be our start screen. Start scene. Okay, there. So now we can save everything. Excellent. This is not done yet, but we're gonna test out the scene transitioning. Unload. Let's unload this scene. and we're going to unload. So we're going to actually remove this scene. We're going to remove all of these scenes except the bootstrapper, because that's supposed to be when the project, so when we build, the only scene that we should have in here initially is the bootstrapper, which is going to load the persistent scene. And then from there, the persistent scene and the bootstrapper are going to be working together essentially to fill in the rest of the game. So the persistent scene will be filling in the persistent scene. The bootstrapper is going to be handling basically what's happening inside of the bootstrapper. Once that's done, the persistent scene's game manager will then say, okay, yeah, we're done. And then the bootstrapper will then say, okay, now we can transition to the start menu. And so the bootstrapper will lead us to start menu. And the game manager has a initialized pattern on it. So it's going to run through that and then go into start menu from there. So I'm thinking actually the game manager is going to be not the bootstrapper. Bootstrapper is just going to handle its own thing, its own situation, basically starting the persistent. Okay, let's do that. So let's remove the persistent scene. We need to remove this scene. We're gonna remove the prototype scene, and we're going to load the bootstrapper, and we're going to remove that. So let's go here, and we're going to make a bootstrap script. Okay, and we're going to create a game bootstrapper. This is because in the last game that I made, I ended up needing separate bootstrappers, so this is just in case that happens again. Basically, one was for like the just general game, the other one was for the map itself. Like when you're in the game. But we might not need that. This is a just in case kind of situation. Where's the other? There we go. Okay. So if we do intend to have, so first off, we're going to have serialize. I think this is what we need. Okay. Okay. Stop. So what do we need this to do? First we need it to have a method of start. Go to start screen or transition. There we go. Okay. So here we'll do a transition to the start screen. And we're going to introduce. You never really know what you need until. Mm. Okay. So we need to think about like things like um animations and stuff like that, right? So what happens? Let's think about the animation real quick. First, we do a fade in animation handling that. Then we get here, right? Uh, and so once we start, get here. So maybe if we do this, it'll help. Okay. So first we call transition to start. Then this is going to be playing. This is going to be handling the loading process while the animation is going on. The car goes by, the logo spins, blah blah blah. Right, and it's going to load this as additive. So it's going to load it into the as an additional scene. So we actually want to do this. Okay, and then we're going to await this. So now once this is done loading, then we need to unload this scene. The question is, do we let the player decide? I think we're just going to make it just go straight through. Keep it simple. Await. Right? So now we'll unload the current scene. So once this is done, then we'll unload the current scene. But we don't want to do this, actually. Okay. So there's already a limitation that I'm seeing that coroutines have. This doesn't. That's cool. We can kind of create that situation. I'm not going to do all of that though, but it's doable, I think. The let's see. Interesting. Did I mention I only have a pirated copy? I don't think I did. You're a great fan, true fan. And what's up, Stoner? How are you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. I think this is your first time here, or second time. I think you showed by like once before. It's lonely without Roman out here, man. Like, at least I used to be able to go on his stream and complain about his new time schedule. Now he's just gone. um, definitely Roman's fault. Hi Stoner. Hey Nick, what's up? Feels like it's been so long. Currently, my head hurts pretty badly, but ignoring that, my game is in fact progressing. There is just nothing visual to share. Oh yeah, good to hear about your game, not your head. If you want a tip, Nick, uh, I don't follow the advice, but if you want to, you can. Um, they have a rule of thumb. So this is by the way, Stoner, so you can see like what I'm working on. This is the intro screen that for my bootstrapper screen, I called it. For the game that we're working on. Right? And actually, since I'm here, I need to change something with this. Give me a second. We need to be good game devs and do this the right way, because I did it the very wrong way, just because I was being super cringe. 1 second. No, that's not it. Yep, this is it. Okay. This is the correct way to handle what I was doing before. Okay, that should be good enough. Alright, let's see what it looks like. Oh, what the heck? Yeah, hold on. I just saw it like after I pressed play. There we go. Okay, awesome. Okay. Let's try it out. So we need to just make sure that that's not getting chained. That is way too big. All right, let's see what it looks like. Okay, awesome. Just need to move it around a little bit, but it's done. Let's move it down a little bit. Got it. Okay. This should be it. Still, it's a little too high. Okay, awesome. I think it needs to be lower, though. About there is, like, centered. So, let's down there. Try it one more time. It's really fidgety, but it is what it is. Okay. And we just have to delete this so the text doesn't, like, double type. Awesome. Okay. True fan. I only bought Minecraft last year after having like 7K hours. Wow. Yeah, I mean, at least you bought it eventually. It, you know, time is a concept. Maybe more. It's rough estimation. I'm doing alright. Yeah, my second time, well, technically third, I was lurking at the end of one of your streams. You working on a racing game, I think. Yeah, not a racing game. It's a idle kind of situation. Not an idle, it's an endless runner kind of situation, but it's a car instead. Think like old school Sonic the Hedgehog, collect the rings and stuff like that. So you collect the rings, you get up your points, you start going faster and faster as you get certain power-ups. You kind of want to get like the high score before the timer gets too long in the tooth, right? Because you get more points. So you kind of want to go faster to get more points quicker. and that'll just build up your high score. And so you get unlockables along the way, different skins, different cars, things like that, as you unlock them by either getting new scores or doing specific challenges like collecting 3 power-ups without crashing into consecutively without crashing into anything, and stuff like that. How are you doing, my man? I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing okay. I'm all right. I'm just I need to like pause this at some point and get some water. That's about it. But I'm doing all right. Nick, since I have nothing to do, maybe I'll finally plan out the lore for the game. Best part of any Five Nights at Freddy games. Yeah, I mean, I think the oh shoot, since Stoner is not experienced it yet, I don't want to do that. So let me do this for him too. Da, 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 da. There we go. Where is he? There he is. There you go, Stoner. There we go. Why are we using Unity Editor? Get that out of here. Oh, scene asset. Okay, gotcha. Can we do this? I don't know if we can do this. I think we have to use scene asset, but I don't know. We're gonna find out. I think I want to change also the I'm not enjoying this track. I mean, it might get better later on, but I prefer the other one. There we go. Okay. I find more productivity with this track than I do the other one. There you go. Now you're almost as rich as Roman Stream Elements. I'm gonna miss that, bro. Like, I hope he at least... I've been trying to like poke and see what might be a good alternative for him, but nothing's really... I think he just wants to focus in on game dev. Or maybe, I don't know, if you take it what he says at face value, it's basically about getting more videos out over getting live streams done. But I don't know. I think that people are just going to be interested in what they're interested in. Probably. That's where it's going to come down to. Like, I've seen weird successes in just the most random areas. Sometimes it's a live stream that just gets really successful. Sometimes it's a video, and sometimes it's a short. It just depends on what you call success, because most of this stuff is meant to be educational. Well, his is more towards building a community. Yeah. I don't know. I wish him the best, man. But he's a hard worker, so I'm pretty sure it's going to happen, right? So, gotta wait. Speaking of hard work, let's get back to it. So that was the scene that we're going to transition to, and or transition from. So that's our bootstrapper. I'm just trying to get my brain into the flow here. We do on start, we do load start, and then we call our scene, our custom scene manager to load the scene asynchronously. It's additive. Well, actually, it's not additive. Actually, it is. Yeah, it is additive. And then we're going to do public. Okay, there we go. So first on start, we call load, and then we populate current scene, which is this, and then we do this additively in the background. We need some way of telling this that when we want it to stop at 90%, right? And then we do like an await. This is pseudocoding right now. Async manager complete load, and we do so if it's additive, okay, so if it's additive, then we have to set this, or we can set this. And we'll leave this as true by default. Right, and okay, so we're gonna okay, I have an idea.
You see, sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime, stars in the sky, one time for a first time, moving away. ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight.
Let's do it up here. It's just easier.
Get off your seat, clap your hands to the beat, grab your champagne glass tonight. We toast to freedom in the Caribbean, yeah, in the Caribbean, yeah. Dan, 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 smoke, 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 fire it up, let our lanterns paint the night sky red, paint the night sky red, yeah, yeah. We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? There won't be
Yeah, we're not going to do that there. We're going to do it. I know where we're going to do that one.
there won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. Can you hear, can you hear, can you hear my voice? Coming through, coming through, coming through the noise. I'm floating through outer space. I'm lost and I can't find a way. Oh, all the lights going dark and my hopes destroyed. Help me, is anybody there?
Aha, remembered it that time.
I'm running out of air. Calling out Mayday. Calling out Mayday.
I think we got it. I think we can do this. And we can get rid of it here. All right, that way the player can know that the scene is loaded, and if later on we decide to wait until this point when we get a full scene load, then we could say, yeah, complete the process. And, okay. Let's see what chat's talking about. Lots of jumping, awesome. So logically he can't focus on YouTube streaming. I'll be true. One day. Love the timing, but that sounds like an Infinite Driver type game I was working on. Yeah, he's so exhausted from everything and not doing well on his mental state. Yeah. Yeah, it's game dev is not easy. And I also tried to throw a couple ideas at him. Apparently we pitched him the same idea, but yeah. You know, I did yesterday with Nepal. I don't know if you're familiar. He floats around different Discords. He's doing a tank game. Looks like a tank bubble shooter style game. You know, you pop bubbles and things like that. I was watching his stream yesterday, and we were giving him some like things he can implement and like, you know, some game feel stuff, and it got some really good feedback. Just being able to like see the screen shake and stuff like that on big explosions and chains. The game felt, those types of things makes games just feel different after you implement them. But then we played on his, he streamed it, but we played Risk of Rain 2 for about an hour on Saturday. And I can say I felt okay. You know, like I try, you know, I've been doing this long enough now where I try to, I'm pretty good at pacing myself and not letting myself get to burnout. But even still, it can still catch you when you're not really paying, like you just get so engrossed, it just catches you off guard. But I can say that just stopping for a while and playing that, it did like just help the mental a bit. So maybe that's something that he needs to do. You know, like just, and still keep his the algorithm relevant with his channel. Just like do something else. But because if it was just the community, then fine. But it's also the YouTube algorithm that'll just completely, like, it'll just say, hey, your channel doesn't exist anymore, and that's rough, you know. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen. Nick, I don't even know what Roman is up to right now, since these streams were happening after midnight my time. I read the title and just went with the flow of the chat. So he's doing, it's rough because I don't really have a clear picture on it either, but my understanding is it's a strategy kind of game. Strategy builder kind of game. That's what I'm thinking. Like, think along the lines of like StarCraft or something like that. That's where I think he's going with his next project. Current project. which I know one person who did it, and they're still doing it. It's been about close to 3 years that they've been in development, but they're already wishlisted on Steam, and they've got beta going and everything, so they're really deep into it, but it's not a small project. Like, RPGs, anything that really starts involving stats, tend not to be small projects. These are things that are going to take time. You know, like it or not, it's just going to take time. You know what? We're gonna make this. Where is it? We're gonna make this super simple. We're gonna wait. Waitable. And we're gonna wait for, let's say 3 seconds. And then we are going to. Get rid of this for now.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out.
I wanted to make this animation controlled, but I just couldn't get my brain to settle on it. So I know that the animation is not going to be more than 3 seconds, and the manager loading process is not going to be more than 3 seconds. So I'm just going to set this to 3 seconds, and basically it'll just create a pause of 3 seconds for us before it completes the process and then unloads the current scene. By this point, this new scene should have its white screen come up, and then that'll fade out, and that'll transition right from this one. Now, normally what I would do is I would have a a separate scene for transition specifically, and then I would load that scene additively, and that one would be like, it would play its sequence while this is happening, right? But in this case, we're not going to do all of that. We're just going to go directly from scene to scene. There's no in-betweens. But I think the better process is to have an in-between scene loading that, handling that transition. From experience, I could say that that was fine to do. So we're gonna run this. Let's go back into Unity. As soon as Unity wants to let me go back, there we go. And we're going to put our bootstrapper here. We have a problem. What are these? Give me a second. What are these objects? Because this is the second time I've bumped into this, and it's been over a year, so I don't remember what they are. Give me 1 second. Scenes are, it's a scene asset. Okay, so we can't use this. I remember that Unity has like a scene system going on here. I just forgot. Is it like in build profiles? Scene list. Yep, it is. Okay. Okay, so there we go. So we have to actively add more scenes to the scene list, is what it looks like. And so then we can just make a reference to the scene list here. Gotcha. Okay, so let's go back to the code real quick. We can get rid of this. They should really make it so you can just do that, but I don't know why they didn't. There we go. Okay, we don't need to do this, because we're going to always start with that. But we do need that, so... My head. Give me a second. What did I just do? Okay. There we go. That's what I needed to do. Okay, so this is our start. This is our okay. Okay. Hmm. I think we're gonna approach this slightly differently. A sec. Alright, what's up with this? One day, I didn't know. Read the title and just went, yeah, that's a scary thing. I suggested different content. I suggested you and him share the channel. Hell, I even offered to stream on a day or two, whatever, you know. That boy is stubborn. Yeah, you know, you just don't get in people's way. That's it. Like, you just leave him, let him do his thing, because, you know, the worst feeling I think he could have, or I would ever have, is if he failed and it was like, shit, like, what did I do? Like, you know, like, did I screw him up? Things like that. So it's just best to just, if he does make his mistakes, he'll get to learn from those mistakes, and that's that's what life is about. Hopefully, he can learn quick. But he's a good kid, and I hope he does well. I yap too much. I'll keep reaching character limit. Roman dog confirmed. Doggo. Yep. Yeah, I mean, he's a hard worker. That's all that matters. Yes, I mean, you have to have passion also, and he has it. Like, he gets projects all the way to completion, regardless. He can do that. So, power to him. He's already got, that's a skill in and of itself. I mean, the problem with solo game dev or just game dev indie period is it's a fickle thing, right? So any plan that you have to be prepared for that plan to just go sideways. Like, it's so hard to put your heart into it, because working with other people, it's just so fickle. It really is. People are very finicky, very fickle. Not by any, like, maliciousness. It's just things happen in life, and, you know, the thing that's going to take the axe, the very first thing that takes the axe is the hobby project, which is game dev. Because for a lot of people, that's what it is. It's hard to find folks who not only recognize it as a profession that will yield probably very little to nothing, but then also still say, yeah, we want to see this through till the end, you know? It's just really hard to bump into a group like that. And that's why game jams exist, really, I think. It's like, because you filter out that kind of person. Because for every 10 teams that pass through a game jam, there's like 100 others that they didn't even get a line of code written. All right. There's a problem that I want to address with this. Well, not a problem. There's a feature that I want to add to this. But I'm like rattling my one brain cell to try to figure out how do I approach it. Like, now that I'm over here as the user of it, there's things that I would like to see in it, and I'm going back and forth now, adding stuff. But the baseline is there. Like, if I wanted to run it, it would run fine. But I want to do stuff. Like, I want it to be a little bit more robust. So what we want is a total. Right? So we want to know a total for everything that is So what are we trying to do? We want the progress as the progress increases. We want to update the total progress. You know what? Let's be dirty about it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. At this point, I'm done with this. I want to move on. There. I'm here trying to be like super fancy about how I make this approach. And it's not, my brain just isn't clicking that way right now. But this will do. There we go. Oh yeah, I've heard some things. That's why I've only really been doing this one chick's game jams. They're short and I don't need to work with anyone. It just sucks because stupid character limit. I know for sure Roman will join the 1 hour game jam since there are only 5 left. I don't know if I could do a game in 1 hour. Like, I don't know what that would look like. Like, my brain just doesn't work that way. I immediately overcomplicate everything and then have to work from that state of complication into simplicity. Like, I have to actively try to get out of my own way when it comes to go from idea implementation. What does it really look like when you try to implement this? So I don't think we need this anymore. Little progress. This mouse is crazy. Okay, we're good. I think this is it. So basically, as this thing continues to load, if we continue, we can now add more stuff to the asynchronous loading, which will then be calculated on top of whatever we're currently loading, to give us back the average of the position that we're actually at. That's the stated intention here. Okay. So now when we go here, we can do the persistent scene, right? And it'll handle itself instantly. Oh, we still need to do one more thing. Yeah, I don't think we even need this. Be sure. As soon as my mouse lets me click, there we go. There we go. Oh boy. Yeah, we don't need it. You'll never join? Oh, but I understand what I meant. I understood what I meant. That's the point of them, to put you under pressure and to help you scale better. Like, so you don't put so much on your plate at once, but half my camera system got disconnected for no apparent reason. There's always a reason. It's just not apparent. I don't know how many times the person that runs the game jam has done that. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I think I get what you're saying. Basically, the person who ran the game jam runs the game jam intentionally because they have that problem also. So still 1 hour is tight. Like 1 hour is basically me turning on Unity. like just looking at this script for example, like I've been at this for almost like what 40 minutes now, just fine-tuning and making this as robust as possible and thinking of every angle that I can to make. Now, to be fair, I have this script already done for an older project, like from about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. And I could have just gone and grabbed that, but Unity now has this awaitable system for Unity 6, and I wanted to try the awaitable system out to just see like how I could handle its implementation. So that's the real reason why I'm doing it this way, and I'm trying to like come at it from every angle and make it as robust as possible. I don't think we need... Yeah, we need to do that. Okay, I think that's it. There we go. You know, I think I'm a dummy. This should be 0. Because it'll become 1 once we add this. So we don't have this anymore. That's the reason why I had that at 1. So now this is zeroed out. This is a good place. Okay. I mean, as much as I'm going to look and try to read my code and understand where the screw-ups are, nothing's going to be better for me than... So here's the real reason why I don't like using async in C#. Because it will create... Like, I should really not do this on stream. It'll create... Like, I have this weird tendency of accidentally creating ghost unities through async processes on different threads. And even though I've set this up in a way to properly debug, it's still like, you see how the extent that I've gone through to make sure I catch everything? like I do not want this thing to... I do not want this thing to corrupt my project. Oh, man. Stoner says, I don't know how many times I've... Oh, I can't talk. Okay. My point is we have done that and not have had a game to submit for the gem. And that is scary at Nicked. I mean... I guess. It's to each their own on that one, man. It's like, you know... Sometimes I've gotten really good... So I would say I got most of my experience from bad ideas and trying to implement them. Kind of like this one, right? This is a bad idea. I hope it works. I try to make the code that I stream as clean as I can and as clear as I can. So that way people can just use them in their projects. Like, this is as generic as I can make. This is all Unity. Even though it's made for this project, it can be used in every project. And that was the reason for making the code for the previous project. Everything there should be transferable. The rub, though, is this part I'm learning again. I have never used the Waitable before, so it might not be as clean as I need it to be for streaming purposes, for others to learn from, but hopefully it is. Alright. I don't think I can read this code anymore. I'll be honest, I don't think there's any more for me to read. Okay, let's walk through the process one last time. We have progress here. I don't think we even need progress, now that I look at it. Yeah, we don't need progress. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we get the full 90%. Then we wait 0.5 of a second, and then we complete the last percentage and send that to whoever cares to listen to it. If we have the additive, in other words, this is additive and we need to separately tell it to complete, we just return at this point. Otherwise, we run complete. And complete handles checking to see if the scene that we are trying to complete actually exists as an operation. If it does, then we set it to true. We wait until the next frame, and then we remove the scene from instance, the operation from the instance, and then just return out. Otherwise, we throw some exceptions. And for unloading, this is just super straightforward, so I'm not even sure if I need to. Like, this only has 2 methods on it, so it's good. Okay. Okay, we're good. Oh, we need to do one more thing, and Unity. We need to load the start scene. And inside the build profiles. There we go. Unload the scene. Alright, so now when we start this, Bootstrapper should load the persistent scene. So look at the code one more time for the bootstrapper. Yeah, 1 and 2 are the indexes. So the bootstrapper should load the persistent scene. It should then it should load the persistent scene, load the start scene. Wait 3 seconds. Complete. So we don't need to do this anymore, but we do need to do this. Okay, it's gonna look ugly because we haven't set up the start scene to transition in, but it's fine. That's the reason why I like just having like a separate scene for just handling transitions between, but it's fine. All right. Cannot load scene, invalid scene name. The string is empty. Oh, whoops. There we go. I have to actually have names before I use them. Okay, let's try it now. Empty string. What is an empty string? Persistent scene name. You lost me, brother. Lost me. Build profiles.
Unknown brain. Marvin Divine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It says 0 is bootstrapper, 1 is persistent scene, and start scene. You know what? We'll just get the name here. Oh. Fail to load persistent object, not an instance of an object. Object reference is not an instance of the object. Alright, so what's happening here? Failed load persistent scene. Okay, gotcha.
Just what I need. I don't want to see you finally see you looking down and out. Come into
So it did load Bootstrapper, which is nice. Okay, or rather, it did get the Bootstrapper information. Uh, oh, you mean like a real life camera, Nick? I thought you were talking about in Unity. Oh yeah, no, that's scary. I mean, that should be par for the course, right? Okay, failed. Failed to load start scene. Failed to load start.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun.
Wait, what the heck?
To dream, believe in strength.
Right,
I'm the only one,
right.
only one.
So how did we get to complete? Is my oh, over here, the Bootstrapper called it. Well, at least we know all of our debugging catches are working. The worst feeling in the world is using multi-threading with very bad catchers. I'm about to have to go look at my old code. What the heck is going on here now? Scene. This is only loaded. Okay, gotcha. All right, let's get granular. We need to find out what's going on here.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on
Alright, let's try it now. I will turn my game into a multiplayer MMORPG with survival and sandbox mechanics. You can't stop me. I'm not going to stop you. I want to play that. Is it going to be Five Nights at Freddy themed? Okay. So we get to A. But we don't make it past this. Well, let's go down here just to make sure. So if not, gotcha. Let's just do a quick check. You can do it. I believe in you, brother. Okay, so it's null. Okay, I think that was the problem. So let's we found the problem. So we need to do this. Oh. Oh. I see what the problem is. I see what the problem is. You don't need this. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, now it should work. I don't know what the heck that was about. It's supposed to wait 3 seconds and stuff like that. Let's give ourselves 10 seconds. What happens? I mean, worst case scenario, we're going to tie to the animation. No, something is weird here. Fail to load start scene. So we're still getting null. Okay, gotcha. So it's just a matter of timing. Gotcha, gotcha. So we still need to do this then. But we didn't, but we did. Let's see if that fixes it. I see. Gotcha. So we have two issues. What if we do it the other way around? Yeah, let's do it the other way around. man, my brain. Okay. I would love to do it that way. Where did we make the mistake? This is the. I would like to do it this way, but we made a mistake somewhere along the way in our architecture. The problem is that we have two cameras. We have the one that's in the persistent scene, and we have the one that is in the games or the bootstrapper scene. So the bootstrapper scene is going to just be doing the cars dashing by, and the camera there is supposed to handle that. However, our main camera is switching to the the main scene, or the persistency camera. So the solution is we would have to tie in or get a reference to the game manager's or the persistent scenes camera, turn it off. Oh gosh. This is annoying. We have two approaches for fixing this. Two direct approaches. Approach one is we actually start off with the persistent scene, have the game manager, state manager, send the information over to the bootstrapper to run the animation and handle all of this stuff after it turns off its camera. And then after this is done, it can send uncompleted strapping. Okay, so, and then this will send the message back to the game manager saying, yeah, we've completed the bootstrapping process. Right, and then we can do this over here in start, because if we do it this way, we can already have, let's get rid of this. Or actually, we could just do it this way. What happens if you go so far to the left that your left becomes right? Do you still get the same sensation? Like if you spin very quickly. Being sick is rough, brother. It really is. Speaking of headaches, give me 1 second. I'm gonna get some water. Okay, back. Um. Oh, by the way, I played Dead. Um. Your headache is gone if you like. Okay, hold on. I like turning on. Okay. But my headache is gone if I stand, so I just go back to my. Hmm. Oh, by the way, I played Deadlock again. Recently. My computer blue screened. That's irony. you know, thinking about this differently, I don't think we even need to know about the game manager for this. What I mean is, what the game manager needs to know is that the scene changed. It doesn't need to know anything about the bootstrapper. Right? Well, it does need to know that we went through a scene change. Right? Okay. We don't need this. We can do is what is this camera? Where are you? So it's just a camera. Right? Just camera. So the game manager, there we go. So the game manager can have a persistent camera. Go back. Right, and so we can call set data property key. Okay. Okay, so now the game manager takes in this as its persistent camera. And over here now, can do okay, so now when we do this load persistent, so once we load this in, the very first thing it's going to do is wait for the game manager to come in. And then once it does, it'll get the persistent camera off the game manager and then disable it. Right? And this should then default it to using its own camera. Right? And oh gosh, I feel like this is going to be problems down the road. Whatever. But that's basically it. We don't need to know anything more about the game manager. And then from here, we just load the persistent. So meanwhile, in the game manager, start scene. This scene is Bootstrap. Start coroutine. Load the persistent scene. Then on start, we load the persistence or set up. Right, so now we'll extend this down the road for anything else that we need to do in the persistent, like other setup. But for right now, we just need to turn off the camera. The next thing that we need to do is start the load process. Automatically the animation is going to be going. And then after 10 seconds, it should... That's a long time, but it's good just to see it, if it's working. Oops. We need to get rid of the bootstrap or whatever. I'm gonna load it twice. Okay. Let's get rid of this bootstrapper. Unload this. Okay. So now that Alright, so now go here, game manager. We do initializing. So it's inside of initializing this. Okay, so when we enter this, once we enter this state of initializing, it will handle this. Right, so now we go to the scene manager, or rather the async. Load, and we're going to load the wrapper. Okay, so now this should load the next. This should load the bootstrapper scene. Test that out. Prepare for it to fail. Did it load it? Is loading, but needed to. We need to call. We shouldn't need to call complete on it though. Got through A, B. Got 0.0. So weird. I unlocked new characters. ROR, he's melee with a grappler. It's a good game. It's just better to play with someone that you know than in the public lobby for sure. Like publics are just terrible. The publics was really bad experience. It wasn't anything that anybody was saying, it was what they were doing. Like, there was just no fun there. It felt almost like at one of those MMORPGs where it's like it's just like everyone either knows exactly where to go to pick whatever it is, or nobody knows anything. And it's just bad. What's going on here? Why is this being problematic?
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies.
This should be loading the whole thing. We just stop ourselves. You're tracking it here. I'm so lost on this. I don't know. Solo, it's not bad. I just don't feel the same sense of accomplishment or satisfaction as I did when playing when Nepal and I were doing multiplayer. It was definitely a stronger sense of accomplishment after the session. Like, you know, I felt like I actually played a video game. not went to work. Oh yeah, I think as far as like solo games goes, there's a couple of them that I really enjoy. I haven't touched them in a very long time. Bannerlord on CK3, I enjoy a lot also. And there's a few other like more fringe games, like just super niche that most people don't really know about. That pretty good. One is like Tale of Immortal, and More Way of Life. Okay, I'm lost here. The only thing I could think of is to do this. Alright, let's try this again. To find out what exactly is happening. Soon as Unity, there. Try it one more time. What? I don't understand. It's at 0.9. Oh, maybe that's what it was? Could have been just loading point issue.
I was looking into darkness, something to hold on. Find you when you were so broken. Felt something was wrong. I think I'm in love, 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 I'm in love with you. I'm in love with you. Ooh, I'm in love with you.
Okay. Well, at least now we know. At least we know the state machine is working perfectly fine. Um. We're gonna turn this off. This off. This is all debugging stuff. And we're gonna leave this here for now. Alright, so we're gonna just separate out this stuff a little bit. Gonna put this state machine.
Still as a breeze, the river flowing deep. Don't wanna leave.
I don't think we were just using that to test stuff. Okay. So when we do initialize, when we call initialize, we'll call strap up. The strap up scene brings in the bootstrapper. Bootstrapper then handles the splash screen and loading in the start, as well as it's going to be handling all of like the main game scenes and everything that load in the background and keep in the background, as well as assets it needs to load up. That's the goal. But all the game manager is doing at this point is it needs to let's actually start this way. We're going to start with the camera off. Alright, let's try running it now just to see like what happens. Okay. 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 So we are processing through this. And instead of using next frame, what does this do? Huh. I don't know what that does. Leave it at that. It'll do. It will do. Okay. Alright. Now the game manager, bootstrapper, game bootstrapper. So now we're here. We don't need this anymore. Because we start with it all off. Okay. And then let's prone this down to say 3 seconds ago.
Took a swing at a wrecking ball.
1, 3. Yeah, there. Awesome. Okay. So now we need to get this scene's name proper. Okay, that isn't. Okay, like I said, it was going to look ugly going into it, but once we get this whole transition period thing going the way I need it to go, then we can make it look pretty. Alright, there we go. So what are we looking at here? We have the persistent scene. We have the guard scene. Very nice. Okay, we got the transition working. We do have a small issue with the bootstrapper. Load it, bro. So we need to get rid of this event. It doesn't need an audio listener. It's weird. I don't know. My head is hurting the more I think about it. Unity. Let's see. Pick my computer, blue screen. I unlock new. I always have been bad. Yeah. Yeah, multiplayer is just public. I guess in most games you can't really ask much of public. I do like solo gaming though. Only games I dislike solo. Yeah, I never played that. I think sounds familiar. And I died on the final stage before the boss. Yeah, I don't even know what the final stage looks like. I think that I've gone 4 stages or 5 stages in, and that's about it. Can't remember, but weirdly enough, I got the furthest solo. When I did multiplayer, even with Nepal, I think the furthest we got was like 2 stages in. But that was because I think it was just bad RNG with the bosses. Like, I was using the archer, the bow person, and it was rough against the jellyfish boss, the Wanderer, whatever its name is. Like, other bosses I can wreck fast, but that jellyfish is a problem. I have to figure out the mechanics of that with the archer. Just don't have the angle to do the damage that I want to do. Okay. Alright, so let's run through this animation real quick. Because this game is extremely lightweight, I'm tempted to just make the whole thing one animation. So we go 1, like that, and then by here, we just do where is it? That's not right. What am I missing here? Oh, yeah, I just... Got it. Okay, I see what it was. Oh, it's this.
What am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah. All these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah. I can't think straight, need the light. I need to breathe. Get me up and out of the sheets, onto my feet. Another cup of coffee and me, that's what I need. My eyes puffy, I can't see. I'm too tired to function, but too lost to sleep. Hey, I think I need to be on something medication. I think I need to figure out the segregation. I think I needed just a better education to understand a world that's so complicated. Intoxicated, every night faded, just so I can sleep thinking that it's fading. I feel hated, I feel hatred. I'm lost deep in my mind that I've created. I have dreams where my life is devastated.
Okay, let's add an event here. I think an event is better than to use a timer. Called Bootstrapper Methods.
I don't really think I understand this world now. Got my head spinning round in a circle. Everybody lacks what they need internal, so they compensate with everything external. Not trying to throw shade, no way. I'm just trying to find a meaning of life. Hey, there's happiness if you try to live the right way. Forget about what others have and live your life. Hey, be aware of who you are, what you're good at. Take a step forward, see where your foot's at. Stand tall, stand proud, talk loud. Every word out your mouth has purpose now. You just gotta get rid of the bad thoughts. Hating others cause you know that they gotta lie. Forget that though, you got plenty, you're alive in this life. You got time, go get it. All these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah, what am I doing? Did I do it right? Yeah, all these thoughts keep me up at night. Yeah,
there we go. Okay, that's part one, and then part two is, so we can unload this. We'll load this one. So now this one, we will introduce
I have a dream, that's all I need.
where the heck is the canvas? Ah.
Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night and there ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here on screen. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now.
Okay, I think that's good.
Best of me now, best of me.
Right, and then we'll add an animator here. Should I do this? Yeah, let's do it through the animator. Should we do it? So much freaking stuff. Could have just made a script and faded it. Did we do it on the animator? Yeah, let's just make a script. It makes something so simple. Yeah, the jellyfish is a problem, and like for the bow guy jelly, especially when if you can't kill it fast enough, like it's a straight up DPS check, right? Because if you don't kill it fast enough, it can effectively one-shot you, which is a pretty cool mechanic for a boss, but it's like, damn.
Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes, but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. Always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way. Even when I'm feeling down, I fight. Even when I don't know what is right, I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold Yeah, she's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic. All natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation.
Okay.
Don't believe it till I see it, so I want
So this should fade the color for us.
with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what
So we can just test it out real quick.
she's not easy, no, she's really complicated, but that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated, but she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. Got a body like a coke thing.
So it's going to start at 0, start at 1, the duration be yeah. Okay. All right, let's try it now. Hey, there we go. Okay. Unload this. Let's just see what it looks like normally now.
I heard you look good when you're undressed. I heard you like to get away. I heard you like to stay out late. I heard you had a couple boyfriends. I heard they didn't treat you right. I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, 'cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold. Where she came from,
There are no audio listeners in the scene, please.
she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the
Try that one more time.
she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes, and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions. You got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely.
That's good.
I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the
The only thing that we have is this double audio. That there are no audio listeners in the scene. But there should be an audio listener over here. Oh. Yeah, there's no audio listener on this. Oh no, that's the global volume. Whoops. There it is. Yeah, so there's an audio listener right here. What is it crying about? There's no camera in this. Have the event system.
Yeah, I don't believe in destiny. I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my
Is that messing it up?
they're just full of jealousy.
Yeah, it was. If I go over here, it goes crazy.
Gon' see what's left of me.
That's funny.
Success in me. You ain't seen the rest. I just wanna be the best at what I know. Better
I don't know what's happening under the hood to make that happen.
test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me
I think it's like maybe it's trying to catch up to time.
Call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though. Yo, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love. Still gonna die for what I love. Still gonna try, I won't give up. Still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left. And I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret.
What do you think, Nick? The transition? Pretty simple. I think I can use this instead of LERP. Guess LERP is it. Yeah, I was just about to change it. I have the right text, it's just for some reason TextMesh Pro is not picking up on it, so I'm like using whatever I can get. All right, let's try it a different text. Is there a way to get no? I. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not the type to take no for an answer. I don't deal with people that are like a cancer. No, instead I hang with the people that enhance ya. And I'm not the type to give out second chances. I just wanna work on my own for myself. I don't need no help, not anybody else. Nah, man, I got it dealt. I'm working on my wealth and I'm working on my health. Keep on working to excel, cause I'm working on myself. Yeah. Y'all don't know that I'm a soldier. I always felt like I'm alone, yeah. When everybody thinks they know, yeah. And y'all don't even know I own, yeah. And now I'm ready taking over. Cause every day I'm getting closer. all night, we'd stay up, it felt so right. We were so young, we were so dumb, we would get drunk,
Oh, whoops.
hook up. We were okay, we were alright, staying awake till the sunrise.
There we go.
In love,
That was right.
couldn't stop us, like a good drug, never run. We hook up in my car, driving so far, play your guitar, you'd show me your art, let down our guards, think with our hearts, stare at the stars, we were never apart, drinking too young, way too much fun, out in the sun, orbit when it's gone, took you to prom, dance to our song, dance all night long.
I think that feels good. I mean, I'm gonna probably keep the text the same, if only because the rest of the game is using the same text or font. But I do have another font that's more pixelish I usually use, but for whatever Unity's... So Unity is picking it up when I do it using regular text, but on TextMesh Pro it doesn't pick it up. I don't know what's going on.
And how careless we could be.
I feel satisfied with the async. Wait, is that spinning the wrong way? Don't tell me it reversed the spin. Oh no, it's spinning right. It's spinning correctly. Okay. I love async loading. Like, you don't even see the transition there, it just happens. Like, now I can take care of all of the dirty doodads during Bootstrap. Awesome. Okay. We still have this weird issue where it's looking for an audio listener. Not sure why. I mean, I literally just streamed a very down to the bone class for handling async loading. You can go right ahead and copy it. It works for any project, man.
It's too late now. I remember everything and how careless we could be.
So this should not give me that issue. This probably will. And it does have an audio listener on it. There are no audio listeners in the scene. Please ensure. What is it talking about? In the persistent scene, there is a camera. And the camera has an audio listener also. Once this is loaded, it shouldn't need to have an audio listener anywhere. So it can't be this scene. It has to be in the Bootstrapper. There's one way to really find out. Unload. Unload. Alright, let's see when we get this error or warning. Note. Yeah, so it's during this part. So it's actually before. So it's happening. I see. So it's because we've disabled this.
Sometimes I'm feeling high, but sometimes I'm feeling low. I wanna stay inside, I could call my bed my home. I've been trapped inside my mind, that's what keeps me in the zone. I think that I'll be fine, but I do not really know, yeah. It's too late for me, not too late for you to be great, you see. The pain's worth the truth. I don't wanna be just someone that's new. I speak my mind so free, so you could hear the truth. Yeah, I know that we all have fear in the back of our minds.
I wonder.
The devil that's in our
Let's handle it a little bit differently. Instead of disabling the object, we'll just disable the camera. And when we go over here, where are you? Here, instead of enabling the whole game object, just enable okay, there.
in the back of our minds we hear the devil that's in our ear. Let it push you to see more clear. I know that we all have fear in the back of our minds we hear the devil that's in our ear. Let it push you to see more clear.
There we go. Oh, come on. There are 2 or more listeners. Okay, now it's telling me the other problem. So we can go here now. Start scene. Grab her. And get rid of this one. There we go. Now we're good.
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fool me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing.
Oh, shiza. Got to remove that.
Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this.
Now let's do it.
I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing on my checks, rich. Tickies on my neck, shit. She's on the offensive. I do not know my set.
Very nice. Okay.
Yeah, I have a death wish. Live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive. She gon' say obsessive. Life is so expensive. Do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective. Yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive. Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
She snuck
I want to
into
change
my
one more thing.
section. Yeah.
Load this scene.
Think I learned my lesson. Yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep. Yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep. Yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing. They don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson with hands-on sessions. Points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions. I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting. Said she wants to get it in. Said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession. Yeah. She wanna stay for a minute. She wanna play for a minute. She wanna slay for a minute. And now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute. I'll be back in a minute.
Nice.
Make a track in a minute. And now I'm all up in it.
Okay, there we go. There's no reason to put loading there, I think. Maybe down the road, but we've made it so that way we could put loading if we wanted to. Like the events for listening for the amount that's been loaded is there. We just don't need it because everything loads super fast. That's the upside and the downside to async for small games like this. It's like you go from 0.18 to 1 within a frame.
My hands steady, I feel ready, but my
It depends on the computer, obviously, but still, just the power of async. Let's see what she said. Looks fire except for the yep. I know async exists. Sure, but I don't know how or why. What do you mean? You mean like how to use async or why to use async? So this is new to Unity 6. Where is it? Right? So I just spent this entire time learning it, and I feel like I'm comfortable using it. Not really comfortable. Like I will still use coroutines, but I feel okay with using it. But basically, it's called the awaitable class. Right? To get access to it, this is all part of just regular Unity engine. So we always try to pass. So there's a term when you're doing this type of stuff with or without returns, is one and done is the term. So if we do something like this is called a one and done. With this we can actually check the status of this awaitable outside of this to debug it if something else goes wrong. Internally, we always use this. I always use this. If you feel like you're a pro programmer and you're like, you got everything down pat, go ahead and ignore it. But I've bumped into some with async calls. I've learned that Unity will do some crazy stuff. So I want to track all of everything. You'll notice most of my other code I don't really use try catch often, but for async stuff I will use try catch all day long every day, because it will do some wonky stuff and it will affect your project big time if you make a mistake or oversight. Like it's a quick way to nuke your project basically if you're not careful with that. But the benefit of awaitable though is that it appears to be safer than the library for async, which again is what this is based on. So it might be safer, and it might not have the potential to nuke projects like the other one did. So yeah, basically, if you've ever used a coroutine, so coroutines are like this. Okay, that's a coroutine. Now, you're going to get an issue with this. I don't know why it's complaining. Using generics. Oh. There we go. Okay. There. All right, so that's a coroutine. So now you'll notice that the coroutine is going to always just give this. That's because it's expecting a return of this. So now the question is, what the heck is that? Well, IEnumerator is what... So when you have a dictionary, a list, or any other collection type, they all inherit IEnumerator. So basically it's just expecting some type of inheritor of IEnumerator. So in this case, we could just do something like... And this is one of my favorite ones to use. So what this is doing is that it's going to pause the routine until this is true. All right, to break it down, yield return new. Let's just call it a specific to, for this instance, for this context, specific to coroutines, yield return rather, specific to coroutines. It doesn't have to be return, it could just be anything with yield on it. But once you put this, it'll basically pause the coroutine. And the best thing about this is when you pause the coroutine this way, if you have code, like let's say I do this, there. So I could do this, and even though this would have stopped working, right, at this point until this becomes true, the rest of this code will still execute. And then once this becomes true, then this will execute whatever code is here. Right? That's what makes a coroutine awesome, because it doesn't necessarily follow the order of execution in the code. You can pause this all right here until something that you're waiting for is the case, or just whatever, and then go through the rest of this if needed. So this is great for like initializing code, right? Like you have a lot of stuff happening and you want different things to be active before other things become active. That's a use case for this. So that's a coroutine. I'm going to leave this here for a second. This async is basically doing the same thing, kind of, or rather awaitable is doing the same thing, except it's doing it through multi-threading. So what coroutines do is that it all operates on the main thread regardless, and I believe they don't allocate, but they do use up processing off of the main thread. This, I believe they do not pool. If I remember correctly, awaitables or these calls do not, so you'd have to do something like run, but I don't think awaitable has run on it. But async utils does have run on it, or it did. I think they defuncted it. But basically it would work off of a thread pool, so it would look for the first thread that you have that is not presently being used, and then throw some process on that thread for it to come back. This instead just has like a specific thread it'll go to that's not on the main thread, and execute code that way. So this makes it really good for like just heavy calls. Or in some case, heavy calls for the most part is what you want to throw on it. And it's just doing it automatically. That's what the awaitable suite simplified this process a lot. This is almost like Godot level simplification, or GDScript. So here you see I do await. This await is similar to like a yield. So I say, hey, wait for this to happen. In this case, we're just going to wait until the next frame before we execute the rest of this. Right? You can see this way more clearly over here, where we have this while loop. So basically, we have this while loop is just, if you see like a for loop under the hood, a for loop is basically doing what it's just a while loop under the hood. But basically it'll pause. Here I'm telling it, okay, I don't want you to go through, because if I leave this alone, it will try to do this at whatever speed it can. But instead what I'm doing it is I'm telling, hey, I want you to wait each frame and update the onload progress, basically just sending an invoked message out. Right? And then I'm going to pause the loading process for by 0.5 of a second before sending out the final progress point, which should be 1. Right, and so we also have this here. So now here is a case of I'm awaiting a custom script that I made, which is the one you saw up here, complete. Right? And the reason why we can do that is because we have an awaitable here. So we're just awaiting that awaitable that we created up there. So we can nest them together. You could do something similar with coroutines also. Right? You could do something like right? You could do that also. Right? Okay. So yeah, I'll just scroll through it. You can copy it if you want to, but basically that's it. This is a scene manager, an async scene, right? All right, that's it.
Let's go. Yeah. When you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to
All right, that's it.
All of this crowd and this money got you feeling left out.
I feel like as if that's a good place to call it, though. That was this is something that I wanted to accomplish, and I got it done. I like this, and it works perfectly fine. Right, and it's using only the Unity stuff. There's no custom code in here, or no dependencies. Like, you don't need to have my personal library to have this work. Yeah. Maybe I could make it a little bit cleaner, but for right now, I think it's very functional. Very nice. I'm sold. I'm sold. That's a good good quick intro. Yeah, it's quick. You can still sort of see what's going on. And then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope, you can figure it out. Keep your head high, even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight, and through the painful nights, you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself. Don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell. Take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail, you'll be fine. Get back up to the grind, and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven. This life is a prison if you don't have vision. I think we're gonna do something a little bit different there, though. Give me a sec. So be something somehow, don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope.
I wanna feel alive, feel the blood inside my veins.
Okay.
I wanna slow the time, will you slow it down with me? I think I need to find what it means to be okay. It's broken by design, can't live life without some pain, yeah. And I know I'll keep running, no, I'll be something you won't see me coming. I grow, I keep punching, I grow, I keep hunting. No, I need nothing, supposed to be something so close to me. Jumping in the worst kind of way. You took all of my time and didn't give it back to me. Wasn't enough, and I don't know what to say. You wanna fall in love, but don't wanna feel the pain. And I'm so low, cause I don't know if I'm alone, if I'm unknown. But I won't go, no I won't go. You ain't never gonna slow me down, cause I feel alive now. Think I'm gonna go insane. Always on the grind, but still everything's the same. I'm sick of wasting time, wish I didn't feel this way. But with this kind of mind, I will figure out my lane, yeah. It's the highs and the lows, the change and the woes. All the fame on the coast and the pain no one knows. I want the time just to slow, my mind's feeling low. Say I'm fine, but I know that I might be alone. Fell in love in the worst kind of way. You took all of my time and didn't give it back to me. Wasn't enough, and I don't know what to say. You wanna fall in love, but don't wanna feel the pain. And I'm so low, cause I don't know if I'm alone, if I'm unknown. But I won't go, no I won't go. You ain't never gonna slow me down, cause I feel alive now.
Yeah, I spit raps like a heart attack, fast fatal heart impact, past painful scars. In fact, I blast tasteful bars and packs. I back up my actions, fact don't ask, grab reactions, jacked attack with every word, then act with class as they hear me snap. I got nothing to lose, cause I fought and felt the bruise. Now I'm not the one confused, call the shots and they produce. I ain't lost, I'm finally loose. Pick a new silver excuse, I need the views to boost me to a new abuse of being used. Everybody wants a piece now, y'all can rest in peace now. You're dead to me, so peace out. Remember, you're just freaked out. Get ready for defeat now, I'm gonna make you bleed out. Listen on repeat now and weed out all the weak now. Get up and make a change, don't remember yesterday. If you got something to say, speak your mind before your grave. Cause your life is yours to save, ain't nobody gonna change. Everybody stays the same, so be different, make a name, huh?
I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over, and just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over, and just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over, and just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer. I march until it's over.
It's ridiculous, I'm spitting this meticulous and limitless, while others out there spitting shit got hits up on the charts and shit. I see why other artists quit, cause people don't reward good shit. They love to hate but hate to live. Society you swing and miss, and honestly I get it. Promise me you won't regret it. Wasting energy, forget it. Don't look back, go on and get it. Bite the bullet just a bit, bite your tongue and don't say shit. Make your actions hard to miss, be a legend not a myth. Yeah. It's obnoxious that I'm conscious, rapping honest as promise. Try to harness, as an artist stay modest. It's It's a long quest, I will not quit till 10,000 people going off. When I drop this, I gotta make it now. Swear to God I'm breaking out. Swear to God I'll take a bow. Stand the stage with the crowd, cause I got it figured out. I'm just honest and I'm loud. Saying modest but I'm proud. No, I never had a doubt,
Just like
yeah.
a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer, marching till it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer, marching till it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer, marching till it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer, marching till it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward.
What the heck? Okay, that's BS.
I'm marching till it's over. And just like a soldier, I keep on moving forward, always getting closer.
It's at 0.
I don't get what I want, I get what I need. Every single day I'm heading off to my dream, and I get everything that I damn well please. I don't give a damn if you all listening to me, cause I run it. I'm the only one that really want it. I'm the only one that's really on it. I'm just being honest. I'm just doing everything I promise, cause I want it bad enough that I'ma make it as an artist. And I know I'm not the smartest, and I know I'm not the largest, but I promise you that I'ma be the one that worked the hardest, cause I promise you that I'm just getting started. And I promise you that my skills are getting
See,
sharper.
it. Oh man, my head.
Retarded. Get the party started, yeah, get the party started, yeah, so let me get up on it, yeah. Bitch, you got me fucked up, I don't know what's up. Pour that shit in my cup, we bout to turn up. Crank this shit up so loud, sounds like we're sold out. In front of a whole crowd, we lose control now. Don't take this shit too personally, everybody got a different version of me. Everybody gotta be learning from me, everybody wanna be working with me. And I feel like there's uncertainty and urgency to find out what you wanna be. But honestly, we change our minds constantly, so stop and breathe to find out who you wanna be.
Thing now? No, not gonna copy. Good intro. Will surely be in the credits because they'll probably be required to. I mean, I don't MIT license my stuff, but they're essentially MIT, so just do your thing. Like, if there's clearly something that I don't want copied for whatever the purpose, then I don't think I need to worry about that, because it would be written in such a way that I wouldn't care who's watching. They wouldn't be able to copy it anyway. They could be the best coder in the world. They just wouldn't be able to. They just wouldn't be able to. It would be virtually impossible to put it together. And if you can, good luck. I mean, you know, good on you. But that's my 2 cents on that. Like, if I try to make the code so that way it's something that no one can really copy, it's going to be written for the project specific. Like, it's probably like a specific thing that's part of that project, in which case maybe the philosophy behind it can be understood slightly, but it just would be like water off a duck's back, right? But or I just wouldn't stream that part of the development. Okay, I think that's it. Let's run it one more time and see if the animation actually looks good now. Okay, it looks very good. I'm satisfied. It looks very, very good. That is satisfactory. That's a mission accomplished, right? All right, so I want to take a stop at this point because I need time to think about what's going to actually be on the start menu. I've been thinking that we're going to have unlockables, and you can kind of like select the skin for your car from the start menu. There's going to be like a couple of slots, and you can select one of those slots and change your car. There's going to be, maybe you can change your vehicle, you can change your car, you can unlock different vehicles, and then with each vehicle you can unlock different skins with each. So the process of that I'm thinking of is go through a match at max speed while not for let's say 5 to 15 seconds, whatever it is, and don't get into a single accident while you're going at that speed, and then you like unlock the next car and like different things to get these different unlocks. And then with the skins, it's basically just you have to do specific things with that car, and it'll unlock the next skin of that car, things like that. That's what I'm thinking the progress is going to look like. And so in the start menu on the right hand side, let's load the start menu. And we're going to unload persistent because we started setting up the build type for persistent, so we can't really load it. Like when we load it, we have to make sure that oh, Siza. Okay, let's do that real quick.
You're never gonna make it. You're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same
So let's go here.
And you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible. It's not probable. You're irresponsible. Too many obstacles. You gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow. You can't be a pro. Don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move. I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions. They blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen. That shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming.
There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back?
Where am I? I'm in the wrong area. Oops. Where I thought I was.
You ain't gonna make it, you ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds. Talking out loud so proud, you better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south.
Never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back?
Okay.
Or will you fucking fight back?
There we go. So now we should be able to control from the inspector what the game manager is going to do. So go here, and we are in editor. So now if we hit play, it shouldn't do all kinds of wonkiness. And we can just test stuff out in the game without having it be all silly.
Are we gonna play now? Ready for the show? I'm about to take down, you already know. Get the fuck out of my face now. Yeah, you
Oh, that's right. We have to actually...
chase now. Leave me on my own. I got a chance to break now. Here I fucking go. Take control of fate now. I control my flow. And I know that I'll be great. How putting on a show. I know that I'ma stay loud, drowning out the noise. The haters always thinking that they could fucking break me. They're better off eating their own words like pastries. Hate me, and you better find some fucking safety. I'm coming in hot like a bad bitch in pasties. Hey, can't
There we go.
save me, no, I ain't lazy, no. But society has me going so crazy, yo. Don't blame me, no.
Forgot we turned that off by default.
And I'm sick of me feeling this way daily. My life till it's over, and I will not forgive those who hold me down. And I will never give up, I'm moving forward. And I will never miss my chance to get
Okay, awesome.
You got one life, so live it right. Keep your friends tight and your family in sight.
Awesome.
Never cease
Looks
to
good.
fight for the things you think are right, 'cause you just might find you control your own mind. Hey, you'll be fine. Hey, just take your time.
Alright, so yeah. I was thinking over here, I'm going to put, like, you're going to be able to select your car. Right? And then when you select your car, it'll come out a little bit. And then over here will be all of the skins on that car. So all of the different colors and materials, whatnot. And it'll have like unlocks. You can hover over and it'll tell you how to unlock each one. And the same thing with the cars. Right? And then we can have clothes, which will just hide the whole thing again, I guess. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. All right, and then the car right here, based on which one you select over here, will just keep changing for each car that you pick. And so you can get to see like what the car is going to look like when you actually play. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, we could do that later. Okay, I think we're going to call it there. So tomorrow it's going to be implementing that half of the UI over here. Getting it here, and then probably if we can, a little bit into tomorrow also, we want to create the whole system for unlocking stuff. Like when you hit like certain points, you just like the whole unlocking system, right? Like achievements and awards and stuff like that. So that's a thing that I think a lot of people, they understand some concept of, like the observer pattern, but we're going to get into it a little bit deeper and show the power of structs and classes when mixed with an observer. All right, that's it. That was good. That was a good... I am super happy with... because this was something for the other RPG that for the RPG that I was doing that I wanted to take care of, but unfortunately I got sick in January and just wasn't able to hit it. But it's a good thing, right? Because I wasn't able to hit it, I discovered that Unity 6 introduced awaitables, and so I got to try it out with awaitables instead of doing it the way that I normally would have done it. So this is cool. Awaitables are awesome. I like them. They're a little bit intimidating just because I've been emotionally scarred by the other forms of async coding in C#, but awaitables are super convenient. I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop right now. Like it can't be. This story is too good to be true right now. All right, I think I'm gonna call it there. That was fun. Nick, thank you very much for joining. As usual, my friend. I'll talk to you later, my friend. Yeah, we're gonna call it there. I'm happy with this async class. Stay safe, man, and feel much better. I mean, you know, just take your soup, drink your soup, and get some rest and drink some water. That's the ticket, and get some vitamins in you. Stay warm. That's basically what I do. Easy.